All right. Happy Thursday. It is August 20th, 2026. Just make sure everything is functioning today. Like we are live streaming on Twitch. We've got DJ Silent Wolf and his First Nations EDM music playing today. So feel free to jump over on to Twitch if you want to check that out. Also, it'll be playing throughout the broadcast today on Twitch. And if you don't want music during the live stream, as always, you're welcome to stay on YouTube, where it's just gameplay and commentary by your friendly here gaming today. I'm not super energetic today. It's been a bit of a horrible day. My allergies had kicked in, plus it's really, really hot. So I had to go shopping and get myself some anti-allergy pills, some powerful ones, I guess, today. Also, I was shocked too. Like there was a lot of, I guess, dust on my windshield, which is weird. I think it might be like from the quality of the air with the, the fires and everything like that. So, it doesn't smell like smoke out there, but our wind shifts in the lower mainland quite a bit. So when I'm sleeping at night, the wind could shift and we could have a little bit of, smoke coming through, and it could deposit that on the windshield of the vehicle. So kind of hard to say what's going on. But anyways, I felt pretty crappy today, to say the least. But I'm feeling a bit better. And I did grab some like cough drops because it was like really bad, irritating my throat and everything like that. So I feel just a little bit tired because when you sneeze a lot and you cough a lot, it takes a lot of energy out of your body when you're doing all that, right? So, but I am here. I'm feeling much better. We're on Western Australia today, so we're going to probably do some spinach and peas. I think this field we're going to plant peas of it. See what we can do about that. I still have the AGI dryer on the map, so I'm going to let it continue to do what it needs to do. Because we put some products in there last episode. So, and I want to make sure that do okay. And get that. Then I'll delete it out. See what we can do, I guess. So I'm going to put in one field of peas and one field of spinach on the smaller fields. So this is one of the smaller fields. The bigger field is going to be something else. I don't know what I'm going to do. Probably corn or a grain of some sort. But I'd like to do some spinach, I guess, as the saying goes. I do have a question in the YouTube chat for folks to check out. Let me just bring that up. There's my Brave browser. So the question for today, can I click on that? What unique food product does Western Australia make for export? The one of the possible answers is amongst the four: wheat flour, wheat-based breads, premium white noodles, or wheat soy product. So that'll be the I don't know, fun fact question for today, I guess, as the saying goes. So clock down is ticking on the Donald Trump Carney deal. So let's see, we got an extension by 3 days. So probably about Saturday we'll find out what the results will be for the new tariffs. So I guess we'll find out. It'll be after markets, which should be less impactful on the American and Canadian stock exchanges, which is always good. So we'll have to see what happens. I don't think there's going to be any clear winners or losers in this. I think that there will be some people that will be disappointed, and there will be some people that will be happy about the changes on both sides of the border. So that's just the nature of it. I think overall, ideally, having this back and forth stuff for going on for any longer will just frustrate people. Generally, if you're trying to play a game, right, you want to know the rules, right? So if you keep on changing the rules, it just pisses people off. This is saying, right? There will be losers, right, in anything. However, there are opportunities for those individuals to look for new opportunity. That's what I've always told people, just because there's a bunch of trade deals going on. Generally, the people that have profited the most out of a certain set of rules or guidelines or whatnot, obviously are going to be upset, right? Because that means they have to redo or rethink how they run whatever company or operation that they have. So I think probably for Canadian milk producers, they will probably be they'll have to give up on the supply management system and think long-term strategically. One farmer had indicated that, if this happens, that would mean we'd have a lot more milk brought in. So basically, he was kind of likely indicating it would be the end of supply management. He got one moment on the news because most of what people think is that the supply management is just going to affect, the transaction between Canadian milk farm producers and the American producers, but that's not the case. When this changes, I foresee we will be importing milk from everywhere. We'll be taking in New Zealand milk, Australian milk, and other milk wherever it's made, right? Because you can't really just say, well, we're going to prioritize American milk over other country milk, right? American producers of milk may have the convenience of being closer, but what they may not realize is that there might be other countries that can even undercut American producers. So, as an example, we are now importing, let's see here, we are importing New Zealand and Australian beef. That's 50% cheaper than Canadian beef. Myself, I haven't tried it. The current debate is on, the quality of the cut, right? There's a lot of Canadians debating that, right? Saying, well, Canadian North American cuts are better than Australian cuts, right? That's sort of what some Canadian producers are going to say, right? But at the same time, as long as the product tastes good and is consumable, the consumer might say, well, I will be willing to buy that 50% steak over buying a Canadian steak or a New York American steak, right? It doesn't matter how much marbling you've got in it, as long as it tastes great. A Canadian will probably, for practical reasons due to, costs, might just buy that steak, right? So, so that's the current argument over meat and stuff like that I read on social media. I have not tried a Australian or New Zealand steak yet, but I'm considering to do it because, well, beef prices are expensive now in North America, no matter where we get it from, whether it's a Canadian steak or an American steak, right? So I'm not going to go ahead and buy expensive steaks. So if I can get an Australian or a New Zealand steak at a cheaper price, I'm going to do it, right? Especially if it tastes good, right? If it tastes good and it goes down good, then go ahead and do it. That's just it. Same with the milk products as well. So, as soon as we see changes in the trade deals and stuff like that, so we have a supply management system. We will probably end up importing a lot of milk from everywhere. A lot of the conversation that is occurring right now is over the milk management system, right? So, well, American farmers want to have, their milk brought into Canada to be sold or have access, more quota access, I believe. I think if that happens, what you might even start seeing is that it might actually inadvertently harm American farmers in a certain way, especially if we get rid of the whole market for milk management, because we would probably end up importing Australian and New Zealand milk at the same time, which is what I think will probably end up happening. And then we can send that across the border, right? So there's a lot of factors in play that I think it's not as cut and dry as what I think Donald Trump makes it to be. There's going to be some cost, I think, at the end of the day, right? And he might say, well, this was in another 5 or 6, in another 3 or 4 years, he might end up saying that this deal is a bad deal, right? So we'll see what happens overall. But it is impacting small farmers in certain parts of the country, I think. We'll just have to see. I have a feeling that there will be a subsidy system brought in for Canadian farmers. We'll have to start subsidizing our farmers, or look extremely close at how New Zealand does their exports and their system, because they don't have I don't think they subsidize their farmers. They don't subsidize their farmers, and they don't have a milk management system. But I think if I understand it, New Zealand farmers work a lot harder, I think, to do the work that they do, which I think is fantastic overall. So we'll see what happens. Oil and gas continues to flow. I guess we're still shipping oil to the state. Um, Donald Trump seems to be keen on the part of the Keystone pipeline that was closed off by Biden. So we'll see what happens there. Eastern Canada has Quebec and Newfoundland coming to a agreement on renewable hydro energy and wind power energy as well. They've had I guess, a long-standing disagreement on certain things, and they finally put that to bed, and they plan to build a massive energy corridor system. Most of it, I think, has to do with artificial intelligence and data center creation. So we'll have to see what happens there. But overall, I think it's interesting. There's a lot of things being talked about in debates, stuff like that. A lot of people get fed up with it all. I would probably tell people, don't expect anything to settle down anytime soon. There is going to be a continuation of this for a good long while. Because whenever you change the rules, it takes time for companies to adjust, I guess. But there's a lot of interesting things happening. I'm excited about it anyways. Is it annoying? Some of it's annoying. Just the way it is. I think the way we get food too in Canada is being looked at. So grocery stores are being scrutinized as well on how they get products and how they maintain selling products and stuff, right? I know grocery chains in Canada are under a lot of pressure. I think that's one of the reasons why we do see cheaper alternatives like Australian steak, New Zealand steak on the shelves, right? I think the average Canadian appreciates it. It's just only those that may be impacted job-wise are probably maybe a little miffed, I guess. As for me, I just want to see things just moving or changing or doing something. Yeah, I say, well, if you're going to change the rules of how the game is played, well, let's just get those rules hashed out and settled, and then so that our companies can get back to doing what they are supposed to do, which is creating new good products and getting people back to work, right? So we'll just have to wait and see what happens, I guess, on the whole matter. I don't know what British Columbia will do with regards to American liquor. That's been a big debate. We're gonna have to wait and see until we see what gets hashed out. I know if it's not a good deal for the software lumber industry, I have a sneaking feeling that David Eby probably will not be bringing the American booze back onto the shelves anytime soon. It wouldn't make sense to do so because, well, one industry is impacted, but removing all of that booze off means that another industry is being propped up, which is the BC Growers Association, meaning the wines and spirits that are actually made here in British Columbia, right? Which is a significant problem because for, I think, American producers, because we do have a huge tourism industry here in British Columbia, right? So, mind you, that could probably negatively impact, I guess, Canadian tourism in a way, right? Especially if someone's partial to American beverages, right? I suppose. But you never know, right? I don't know. Don't know. So we've got that. We still are coming up to the Alberta referendum coming up pretty soon. So that's like right around the corner. I think they hold that in October, if I'm not mistaken. So I think that'll probably garner a lot of news for Canadians. We'll see what happens. If nobody knows what I'm talking about, depending on wherever you're from, because maybe not many people understand what this referendum is. So in our constitution in Canada, provinces can hold a referendum to separate from Canada. We're the only country in the world that actually does that, by the way. So what they usually do is they hold a referendum. It's almost like Brexit, pretty much, right? Where the UK separated from the EU. So they can do, a province or a territory can do that in Canada. If there's a consensus and the government in power decides to, separate or something, they can hold a referendum. And then if there's a majority of the citizens saying, hey, yeah, we want to separate, they'll hold a vote. And once the vote is done, then they basically go into negotiations with Canada and the other provinces and First Nations to plan out an exit strategy, right? Alberta is not the only province that might end up doing that. You might see Quebec as well do that. They have a separatist party that runs in Quebec. And they're getting, I guess, a little bit of popularity. So you could probably see two provinces decide to run a referendum vote, right? So then you've got the country of Quebec and the country of Alberta, right? So we'll just have to see what happens there. Quebec is the only province that has had two unsuccessful referendums in Canadian history. No other province has attempted to do that. So we'll just have to see what happens, I guess. So I watched that a little bit as things go on. I think, though, I think if Quebec separates, they probably have kind of a good idea of what they want to do if they do it, because they would promote basically the Quebec language and also, Quebec ideology. It's not really as complicated. It's probably a very straightforward process. As for Alberta, that's a little bit of a different situation. You've got some Albertans that, want to remain within the Commonwealth. You've got some Albertans that want to become the 51st state. And then you've got some Albertans that want to do their own republic. And then some Albertans that just want to be a territory of the United States. And then there's probably some other ones, right? So that would mean that they would have to come to probably run some additional referendums as their own country to decide what they want to do exactly, right? The other challenge that they've got is that they be a landlocked country, right? So they don't have any water access, right? Whereas Quebec, they do have they have land and water access, right? I think in a way, Quebec probably has a little bit more leverage than maybe Alberta, because the Quebec province extends all the way down to the American border, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, if it isn't my favorite little monster.
Hello, Grave Reaper. Welcome in, sir. So, I think they could argue, well, they would have a little bit more say if Quebec separated, simply because they would restrict the eastern provinces from having access to, like, Ontario, because it does extend. There's a small corridor of Quebec that extends as far as the U.S. border, which would separate New Brunswick, PEI, and Newfoundland from Ontario. You'd have to go through Quebec in order to connect those two individual regions. So they would have more leverage, I think, if Quebec separated. As I could see. I am doing fantastic. How about yourself? So, but they would definitely not be keen to become the 51st state. They are very pro-French. So, they're not exactly like Alberta. They would go a completely different direction, more or less. You probably see a stronger connection between maybe Quebec and France. There might be some connection between the French colony that's right off the coast of off of the St. Lawrence. So it would be interesting. I think if Quebec did separate, you probably see France, more French people, I think, in North America, or a stronger bond with France, I think, than anything else if Quebec separated. One of the things that Quebec does not like is Donald Trump's approach to no French labels on products brought in there. So I don't think they would be very pro-American if they separated and became their own country. Alberta, on the other hand, they get along very well with the Americans, especially with the Trump administration over oil. So it's possible that they might become a 51st state, perhaps, if they separated. But there is, like I said, or they might even become a territory, right? There's some of them that want to have basically Alberta citizenship, American citizenship, and Canadian citizenship at the same time. How they would do that, I haven't got a freaking clue. But if they separated, but there's some of them that would want the best of all three worlds to do business. So, and some of them have said that, right? Some of the people that want to separate to become their own republic, they've said that, well, we want Canadian, American, and Albertan citizenship. So a triple citizenship. So that what that does is they can do business in Canada, the U.S., and Alberta. How that would happen, I don't know. I have a feeling they would probably have to give up some sort of citizenship if they do decide to separate. It's interesting. Oh, the Quebec one we probably won't see for a while, for a little bit, anyways. I think probably you might hear something if there is a when they hold the next provincial election. If you get a separatist party in power in Quebec, most likely, I think on their platform they said they would run a referendum right away, and so that might get expedited quite quickly. As for the Alberta referendum, it is a referendum question to say, should we have a referendum, right? It's a referendum to hold a referendum, so they would do a referendum. And my idea, or how I understand it, is if they do vote, what would happen is the government in power would start moving towards doing a referendum for complete separation. So it's going to be interesting. It would be historic, that's for sure. If a part of Canada separated, it would probably be a world first, probably too, internationally, because there is no other country in the world that has the ability to just separate. That's why you get like these wars that happen, right? So how you get these new nations that get created in the world is all through war and conflict. This would be the first time you'll see like a democratic process to separate, right? Which probably would be unheard of, I guess, in other parts of the world. It's kind of interesting. Yeah. And New York was to become a part of France, I would not be mad at all. For Canada and UK, I wouldn't mind. I don't think New York would become part of France. Maybe. I guess so, because you guys got the Statue of Liberty from France, didn't you? I don't know how many French people or France people are in New York. Would not be mad at all. Or Canada and UK, I wouldn't mind. Yes, for sure. You could even have micro separations too. Like as an example, there are some people, some separatists that would like to have like smaller areas. Like as an example, like Ontario, New York, right, as one country. Or you take on the West Coast where I am, they have like the Western Bloc separation, which would be British Columbia, Western Washington, California, and Alberta and Oregon all separate and become their own country, simply because we have a lot more in common with each other. You could see, I've seen debates like that too. And not even be part of the United States or Canada, right? Because they believe, well, it's a flawed system. It's broken. There's too much corruption, right? Which is true. I don't think anyone would deny that there isn't corruption in the Canadian or the U.S. government, for that matter, right? So just breaking things up, right, has its own appeal, and say, well, forget you guys. We're going to do just our own damn thing, right? Because we have more commonality, right, with certain individuals, right? Nobody ever thinks about that, right? They don't think about the pros and stuff like that could happen with that in mind. So, So it becomes a bit confusing. I'd probably be open to maybe something like that. I'm not really too keen on like separating and then, joining some other big giant existing conglomerate, right? New York is very big in mixed races and a lot of different people from different countries. Yep. You probably would fit in with Ontario for sure. Ontario has the largest population, and they have a lot of diverse countries as well. So I could probably see synergy between New York State and on Ontario, as an example. All I can say, it's very interesting. I pay attention to it all. See how it all plays out. I think some people are just doing it to make money off of it, unfortunately, which I think is wrong. You just listen to some people that, outline what they want to do, right? And you can kind of see that some of them are only looking out for their own best interest when they make these decisions, and don't really fully understand it all, right? But there are some people that legitimately believe in it and in these kind of concepts and actually want to see, something better for the whole community. So it can go both ways, I think, in these conversations. But there's always consequences when these things happen, because, and that's what I always tell people, if you vote to separate, there will always be a consequence. There is no guarantee that there's going to be immediate prosperity. That's why I tell people, you need to don't think short. If you're going to vote, then vote, right? Vote for separation, but vote for the right reasons. Because you could be up Schitt's Creek without a paddle if it doesn't go right. Huh? Yep. They've got a lot of crash up derbies up there in Ontario, especially in the Ottawa Valley. I was born in the Ottawa Valley. During the summer, every weekend they would have basically off-roading. They would have monster truck rallies, crash up derbies, racing, all sorts of stuff. We don't have it so much here in British Columbia. There are certain areas where there are recreational off-road vehicles and stuff like that, but when I first moved here, you could do a lot of stuff. There was a lot of freedom. But our environmental laws, I think, has restricted it. So, like, we have, like, the Fraser River. There would be a lot of people who would do 4x4ing in the Fraser River and quadding and stuff. But due to the salmon stock declining and stuff, they have restricted that because they are concerned that it would affect the spawning channels and stuff like that. But you do get some venues that host these types of events, but of course there's more of a focus that you have to pay money to do these things, right? So it makes it very difficult for like a 4x4 club or an off-roading club to, you know, find locations to do off-roading and stuff like that, where it used to be very prominent um, in BC. There is areas that you can do it, but it's not as easy as you could get into your truck and go like probably about a 5 to 10 minute drive and poof, you can do off-roading. It doesn't work that way. But in Ontario, you can still do that, which is great. I'm gonna back up here. We're planting peas here. I'm about 30 some. Go over here. I think that's all the Canadian news that I can really give at the moment. There's a lot of things going on. I haven't really talked about Canadian news for a while, so I thought I would mention it. There's a lot of other things going on in the background, but I think I hit all of the primary highlights. Forest fires are still a problem. There's not really any changes on that. It's still pretty bad. We're still getting support for the fires internationally. We still get people coming from New Zealand and Australia and Mexico coming in to help. I think our forest fires will continue to burn through till August. Through August and September, it might start to die down, like in the middle of October. I think that's when the fall months will start kicking in. So hopefully it won't be too bad. The only concern though that I have is that a lot of the trees that burn, right? If they're on a mountain, if they get burnt out, they no longer hold the soil together. So we normally get a lot of rain in like November. So we could end up having like landslides, or we could see flooding and stuff like that. Because you have to remember that if you take the trees out, they no longer hold the soil in place, right? So that's something that I think Environment Canada will be watching, and the BC Ministry of Environment. At least around here. Plus, then you get all this sediment that comes down, which would go into the Fraser River. So that might raise the water levels a little bit as well, especially if it's settled. Those are things I think they have to think about. Let's put it this way. If New York was ever to leave the U.S., the U.S. is going to be hurt bad. How so? I don't know how. Can you explain? I don't know much about New York, and it's important. I do know that it's very significant because I think the World Trade Center is there. There's a lot of institution structure that's in New York. I don't know if that's the only reason, though. But that's huge right there, right? I think a lot of your services and government institutions are all foundation there in New York City, if I'm not mistaken, like the New York Stock Exchange and stuff like that. And that's important too, because that's where all of the companies do business, right? If you've got all of your financial systems in there, that means that you've got a big chunk of your network set up there too, right? Data centers, network infrastructure, all of that. if they separated, that would mean they'd have to put that infrastructure somewhere else. Right? Also somewhere that it makes sense to put it. The second place would probably be Washington, D.C., I guess, because they have institutions there. So I think of New York State, I think New York City alone is almost like Toronto. So Toronto, Canada is like Canada's business hub. So you've got all of Canada's top banks there. You've got all of the business infrastructure there. I think they even want to put the defense bank there for NATO and a bunch of other things. So it makes it very vastly important. And New York would probably be about the same, if I'm not mistaken. We'll just have to see overall. Hey, once I get this field done, I'm going to have to take a quick break to get myself something to drink so that I can keep myself hydrated during the live stream. It's been very hot. Like you can see, it's 32 degrees where I'm at. It was, and that's 7 p.m. my time, which is a little bit later. So I have a feeling we were up to 34 this afternoon. I feel a bit tired. It takes a lot out of you, heat. Especially if you've got allergies, which I do. And I mentioned earlier I was coughing today. I had to go get some like allergy pills, extra strength to kick that back. There's a lot biggest one is financial, second is cultural identity, transport and logistics. New York is big in all of these, like one of the biggest. I totally forgot about transport and logistics. Yes. I believe New York City is a coastal city, is it not? So you probably have major ports and you probably have a lot of transport trucks, shipping and logistic hub. Yeah, that would be a big hit if they separated. I don't know how most of the eastern seaboard would probably survive without New York State. Probably wouldn't. It would take them, they probably could eventually, straighten things out, but it would take them years. It's not like you could just, snap a finger and say, well, New York State is gone. We're going to do this. Let's just switch a switch and we're good to go. I don't think it would work that way. It would take years to try to flip that switch. The thing. But culture is big too, yes. Because they have like Broadway, they do the plays, right? Tourism is big. Okay, let's swing around here. I think I probably should have did a second headline. Make it through here. I think I've only got like 2 headlands to go and then I can get my glass of water. I'm gonna get a big glass of water. It'll be good. I don't really see a change in nitrogen level. I am putting nitrogen in though. Maybe peas don't require a lot of nitrogen. Maybe 3? Maybe. Oh. We're going to do spinach today, but on another field. So that'll be the next thing we will do. I'll probably fill up on seed. This seed hawk does really well with fertilizer. Like I've only used up like 75% of it. Isn't too bad. Hello, Dozer. Same as soybean? Oh, okay. So that explains it then. Thank you for letting me know, because I had no clue. This is the first time I'm doing peas, by the way. Just to let people know. So if you have any advice or have any facts, right? Like if I start sounding like I haven't got a clue, it's probably because I don't have a clue. So feel free to throw that in. I had no clue. Thought it was... So that means it's cheap then on... It's not going to affect my... not going to affect my fertilizer costs. That's good. I like that. What about spinach? Do you guys know anything about spinach? Because I've never done spinach either. So, is spinach the same as peas? I have a feeling it is, isn't it? Also, it's like grass, I think, too, spinach. Like it'll regrow or something. I'm excited. I'm finally actually trying crops that I've never tried before. Oh, I gotta back up. But I am choosing fields that are smaller. I mean, this is still a fairly large field, but it's not as big as some of the other fields I have. That's gonna save me at least a little bit of time, I think. Stretching my brain cells now. Oh dear. Well, don't stretch them too much, okay? We want to keep them intact. Also, please, guys, I put in a Australian fact question. Please go ahead and answer to the best of your ability. And then I will tell you guys the answer at the end of the live stream. I think spinach needs nitrogen and can be cut twice. After it's been cut twice, you have to replant it. That's how it works. Yeah, that's how it works. I'm going to scoot back down here. I do know that there's at least twice, but I wasn't sure on that. I don't know if it will go beyond two harvests. Like green beans are 0 nitrogen as well. Oh, I haven't even planted green beans either. See, I've got all these crops that I haven't really planted or done. So I'm trying to become educated on these things. That's correct? Okay. Well, that's why I have you smart people in here teaching me these things. I'm well aware of what's going on with my crops. I'm excited, though, that I finally get to try this stuff. I still have to do a little bit more rice stuff, too. I'll eventually get there. these crops are probably quite profitable, right? Both of them, the spinach and peas. I'll do beans at some point. I'll keep that in the back of my mind. Unless I've got a spare field open somewhere. I've got 2 fields like way on the other side of the farm. I don't know. I've got one planted with grass, which I did last episode. And then I can't remember if the other 2 are if either one of them has something in it. I'll have to find out later. Oh dear. Okay. Well, I won't hold it against you. We'll go to Armageddon together, if that's the case. People are gonna like, what are you talking about? Don't jump in Dozer's, I don't know, dinghy. I don't want to be doomed. Like, it's fine. It's an adventure, everybody. Jump on board. All right. Okay, I think I've got, what? 1 more row to do, and then I get a reward of getting myself a glass of water. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be fresh, cold water, too. I'll have to make sure that I grab a couple of sips because before I walk back to my desk. Because have you ever had those moments that you take a sip of water and you think, oh, I just need a sip of water, but then you realize, oh, that's so good, I need at least a big gulp, and then next you know it, your glass is like half full, and then you're like, oh, I gotta go back and refill it. So I'm gonna make sure that once I get the water in the cup, and before I return back, I'm going to just take a sip. And if I do need to take the gulps, I'll take the gulps. And then I will refill my glass and then come back. So. I learned that the hard way on a few live streams. It's like, oh, I'll just take my cup and then I'll sip. And then next you know it, half my glass is empty. It's like, oh dear. That's not going to last me very long. Canned peas are pretty lucrative. Okay, so that's with the canning facility. Is that correct? Exactly. Go down with the ship, for sure. It's not a ship, Dozer. It's a dinghy. Let's get our facts straight here. It's not going to be an ocean liner. It's going to be one of those little air dinghies, okay? Maybe I shouldn't say that. That's going to mean that more people are going to be like, no way in hell I'm getting on that one. Yeah, a gallon jug would be handy. That would probably be a good idea. And then fill it up with ice. The cannery? Yeah. I think that's what I'll do. I'm actually really impressed with the mini productions. A canoe? Yeah, I could see a canoe. Mind you, canoes are tipsy-turvy too, so there's some concerns there. We'll have to see. Everybody, we're getting into Dozer's canoe, okay? Just letting you guys know. It's been decided. Meanwhile, some of you guys are like, hell no. That thing's gonna sink like a rock. I don't want anything to do with that. All right, I'm gonna get this to the main roadway, and then I'm gonna park, and then I'm gonna freshen up with a glass of water. I'm starting to cough a little bit again. And my mouth is starting to feel dry. Heck no, I don't get in canoes. Oh, well, there we go. There. Grave is like, hell no, I'm out of here. I'm getting in my luxury cruiser here. Cruise boat. I'm staying out of that canoe. Okay, I'm gonna stop right now. I'll be right back. I gotta get my water. I was gonna try to get this thing over to the end of the field, but I'll be right back, guys. Starting to die here. Okay, I'm back. I also grabbed a cough drop. That's another pro tip too. So if you find that your throat is very dry, even though most people use cough drops for, you know, if they got a cold or something, cough drops are pretty good too because they loosen up mucus, right? And also, or even chewing gum. You could probably chew gum. It just causes salivation in your mouth, right? And saves you from having to drink gallons upon gallons of water if you don't want to drink a lot of water. So I've got a cough drop and I've got water, and I was correct. I ended up taking gulps. So I gulped and I went ahead and refilled my glass. So that was a smart thing. Okay, my cedar needs some more stuff. So this is what we're going to do. Detach. We'll reconnect and we're going to fill up with seeds. And then we're going to go and do spinach next. And then maybe peas. I'm thinking of doing peas now. If I have a spare field in the far corner. Because I think I might have one that's ready to go. Is that connected? There we go. Get this connected. I did 2 fields with this cart, by the way. I did this grass field last episode. And this grass field is the start of me getting into like animals. Just so you guys are aware of what the plan is. So this grass field that I'm pulling out of right now is I'm going to put like, I don't know, maybe sheep or goats or some sort of animals on there to start off with. And then I'll use but I want to do one major harvest of grass and hay first. So we'll be doing that too. That's the plan. That way I have a stockpile of, food ready to go, right? For my animals. I don't want to put the animals in and they're like, dude, you didn't feed us. Come on now. Right? That's the plan. Hey, this has no seed in it. Back up here. This one has seed in it. I have to back up a little bit. I'm also new to using air carts, so if you see me doing something wrong, let me know. I think, back up a bit. There we go. Is there even anything in here? It's empty. These silos are... Oh, there's 43. There is seed in there. I have to hit N probably. Okay, can it... Trying to do the fertilizer. I need to switch tanks. Turn on additional tank. Does that work? Still wants to do fertilizer. Confused. This is not easy. My seed tank's filled. Come on. Is there a button that I have to hit? We have to go the other direction, alright. See, this one has seed. Gotcha. I'm gonna fill this up with seed. You're starting an art channel? And then using this channel for my RC. And change the name to just Reaper X14. That sounds like a good idea. We need more art channels. Art channels are pretty cool. Because then you can do anything with them. You can do slideshow videos. You can post art. You can do all sorts of things to try to get subscribers. Because people do enjoy art. But it's good that you separate the two. Because, I mean, you can probably get, like, some crossover interest a little bit. But it's better to, because the two concepts are so different. It's probably best to have them separated just the way that you had indicated. That way it makes it easier for garnering new audience, right? There we go. We got seed going in. It's not to say that you can't get one community to support the other community, but sometimes it doesn't always work out that way. It can be a bit challenging. But the safest way is to separate the two, I think. But you can use both channels to promote each other, because you can run into people that are interested in certain things. Like, as an example, your RC racing channel, and let's say you do like some RC racing art, right? On occasion, what you can do is you can... Excuse me. I think I put this on wrong. That's okay. You can mention, if you do put up RC art, you can post the art on your RC channel, right? Just to garner some interest or light crossover advertising, which does work. But let's say you also do vases, like, I don't know, maybe you get into doing like clay vases or stuff, and you start, posting that on your art channel. You might not want to put that on your RC channel. So it's like a little bit of, I don't know, caution to the wind, I guess, on how you do it. Okay, we're going to put spinach in this field. This one's like full of weeds. Crazy. Oh, I know what I did. It withered. See if we can. Feeding this done. Oh. No, buddy. You're not supposed to do that. It turned the AI worker on. Okay, let's back up here. Hey, give me a sec, guys. I'm just figuring out what I'm doing here. See if I'm gonna plant. I'm just gonna go down to the end here. What we'll do. And then I'll come down along the road. We're putting spinach in, by the way. And then I am going to do 3D channel just for my Monster Jam 164 die cast collection. Yep, you can do that. They can all be generated under your main account. I hope you know that, right? You don't have to set up new accounts. That's the other thing I should tell people. You don't have, if you want to do multiple different channels, right, that are specific to different things, you can create other channels under one Google account so that you don't have to remember so many passwords and stuff. And then you just switch between the different channels. So just keep that in mind. For less work, it's better if you just have one channel. So whatever your ideas or concepts are, if you can keep one channel, do it. But it doesn't always work out that way. Like as an example with Grave Reaper's ideas, right? There are two different concepts. So in rare instances, it can work, but you could be risking it a bit, just to let people know. Because you don't really know why your community is interested in watching your stuff, right? So if you put something on a channel and they're more or less interested on a specific subject, it might confuse them and they might decide to unsubscribe or leave, right? So it's easier work to put it all on one channel, but there is risk involved. So you have to kind of see, well, is there enough substance between the two subjects that would warrant it on one channel? And if not, then your best bet is just to create a separate channel, just like what Grave Reaper is doing, right? But like what I mentioned to him, if there is any art that's related to the other subject, what he can do is he can cross-channel promote. So as an example, if he does some art style for the RC racers, he can individually post on the RC channel the art, right? The other thing he can do is he can listen to the conversations with his audience on the RC channel, and if they start talking, well, I'm an art director, right, and I like abstract art, that would be at that point he could say, well, guess what, I've got an art channel too, would you be interested in seeing it, right? It's just listening for specific clues where you do have opportunities to cross-channel support, right? Sometimes games don't work out very well either, right? Like I like playing World of Warcraft, and I did have it on this channel, but I found that it just didn't work out very well. People just lost interest, right? So I have a separate channel for World of Warcraft content, so that, you know, if anyone wants to watch World of Warcraft, it's available, right? And then I keep my farming simulator content separate, right? I think the only thing that overlaps between my World of Warcraft channel and my farming simulator channel is the Twitch channel, I think, because I will multi-stream to Twitch for World of Warcraft and farming simulator. So, but there are some channels that are successful at doing multiple different games on one channel, right? Like as an example, the 3Js, they have a lot of different games that they play on their channel, and but they still are able to contribute to like the farming simulator community and the other communities that they have built on the one channel. And I've come across a few other channels that are like that. How they do it, I don't know. It's just interesting. I haven't figured out the magic sauce of making it happen yet, but I'm quite happy with what I'm doing. Farmer Cop, as an example, he has 2 channels as well. He has a farming simulator channel, and then there's another gaming, I think a Gamer Cop, I think is what it's called. That's for his other games. So he keeps that other game separate from farming simulator, right? So if he wants to play Satisfactory, he can and live stream it. But it goes to the Gamer Cop channel, and then anything that is related to farming simulator stays on the farming simulator channel, right? So yeah, I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to spin around. I'm not going to do this little bit here. All right, let me hit H. But it's not only the viewers that are confusing too. So most of what I said was I'm kind of almost like blaming the viewers. It's not always the viewers' fault. In most cases, it's the AI or the YouTube algorithm. It gets confused too. So you got to remember that if a channel doesn't resonate very well with multiple games or content on it, right? It's not necessarily the viewer's fault. It's also the algorithm too, right? You can actually confuse the algorithm to a degree. And just throw the whole thing off, and then you're like, oh crap, now I have to do a reset. I have to reset this now. It's broken. Right? And if you need to reset a channel, this is what you do. All right? Give you the magic sauce of doing that. What you need to do is put content that you want on the channel. So put up to about maybe a week's worth of videos, right? Or content specific to that, how you want it to be reset to. And then what you need to do is walk away from the channel. Take a month off, and then allow the algorithm to figure out how it's going to best present your channel to the world, right? That's how you do it. So take the summer off, basically, right? That's if you really messed up somehow with your channel, right? So you try something new and you're like, oh crap, I'm not getting as many views now. Everything has gone down. I'm not getting new people. I don't have any engagement. YouTube is not promoting my channel. If you start seeing that, that means you need to reset, right? Put a little bit of content up there. That is where you want your direction to go. And then step away for an entire month or so and allow the algorithm to auto promote your video, right? Because that's how YouTube's AI or its algorithm figures out how best to promote your channel to new people, right? And then you'll eventually start, managing and monitoring the metrics. And you'll start to see that you'll see some viewer growth, and then you'll be like, okay, I'm back on where I should be. Now I'll just continue on making content. And rules state that a channel has to be mainly farm sim. Yeah, I think that's mainly the reason why he did that. For the most part. I don't think it would have even bothered his channel if he did have actually viewers on from other games. But even the big channels sometimes can run the risk of alienating their viewership just through pure confusion. So it can happen. It's just luck of the draw, right? It just depends on the viewers and what they see, right? Some viewers, literally just want farm sim content, and they'll be like, I'm out of here. Bye-bye. I don't care who you are. Right? It does happen. So there's wins and losses to it, right? So it's important that you understand your audience, I guess, for the most part. But the Giants partner thing, I totally forgot about that. Yeah, that's probably his primary reason why he has two channels. That's a whole other subject. If you sign into a partnership deal, there are costs. So just keep in mind to that. And it's different for different partnerships that you sign up for, right? You have to keep that in mind. Myself, I'm not a Giants partner. I don't think I will ever be a Giants partner. I don't like being restricted, I think. That's how I put it. Especially right now, because there's so many conversations about other games coming out for that would compete with Farming Simulator. If you want to know more about that, Clutch Simulation talks about it a lot on a regular basis. Usually a lot more controversial subjects about it. But I pay attention to what he has to say about it, and some of the stuff he says is true, or I think is somewhat true. And he's even mentioned too, being a Giants partner might put some problems with those folks being able to, you know, look at a different game, right? I think, to my knowledge, there's at least maybe, I think he indicated that there's at least 3 other competitor games coming out. To compete with Farming Simulator. So I have a feeling come next year or in the coming years, we're probably going to see a lot of changes, I guess. So has Juan sent you lots of smoke down there? All of ours is in Kamloops. Not a lot, Keith. Not as much as I thought we would have. We do get smoke, though. We do get it, but not as much. I think today I had a bit of smoke because my allergies have kicked in, so it's on and off. The benefit of being in the Fraser Valley is we get a lot of the coastal air. So whatever air comes in Vancouver, and it blows out all of that air. And then we still have the Boston Bar fire, and there's the Western Washington fire. I forget what that place is called in Western Washington. I mentioned it on a couple of my live streams, but there's a fire in Western Washington where they lost, like, I think 900 homes or something like that. That's just pretty close too. But it's not that bad, not compared to, like, oh crap, what happened to my... Oh, never mind. I'm blind. I thought I lost my seed hopper thing. I'm blind. I'm going blind, everybody. All right, let's just spin around here. But it's pretty hot today. I think it was up to like 34 or 35. So that probably affected my allergies a wee bit. But I think it was, 2021 or 2022? We literally had skies that were red. We don't got red skies. So I've seen smoke issues way worse in the past. And I think it's just simply because we get the ocean air, right? So it's just based on air current. We are at 31 up here. 31. Yeah, we're 32. I think like I said, we were at about 33, 34, I think, earlier this afternoon. I think it's going to start dropping. It's still pretty warm right now. Like, it's set at almost 8 o'clock, right? But the sun is still out, so as soon as the sun goes down, I probably will see that 32 drop down to maybe the high 20s, and then it'll be a bit bearable. I'm gonna switch around and probably do a channel promotion today. I'm gonna give you links to Juan and Jess's channels. You should check out, I think, the most recent live stream. Because just to let you guys know, Juan and Jess, which are part of the 3Js, they're a Canadian gaming channel. They are starting a life of living in an RV. I think they did their first live stream. What was it, last week or this past weekend? So you can kind of see. They show basically the type of setup and some of the challenges of getting up and live streaming while being in an RV. So it's going to be interesting. They are going to show us basically the new lifestyle and stuff like that, because there's a bit of a learning curve to it. So I'm going to give you guys a channel in a moment once I get this field done. Actually, 2 channels, because they have 2 channels. One does anyways. And I'll just explain it shortly. So if you want to kind of see like RV living and challenges of live streaming while living in an RV, you might want to watch the channel. It's pretty interesting. He had to do some alterations to his desk to put his steering column in, because he has like a full steering wheel and thumbsticks and stuff like that. So on the live stream, you'll see some of the just before live streaming cutscenes of doing that. Sometimes you have to improvise, right? Because it's completely different living in an RV than having the luxury of a space of like an apartment or a house. So you guys might find it interesting. And also I'm going to share a link to his trucking channel in a moment as well, which is very well done. So if you don't know who Juan is, like I said, he's a member of the 3Js. And he does a trucking channel, and he works as a trucker in British Columbia. And he has some very expensive equipment that he mounts to his truck. And he works for Trapline Transport. You guys might find that very interesting. He answers questions about trucking and the Canadian trucking industry. And he works out of British Columbia. So if you want to see a lot of scenic stuff, it's just beautiful. I keep on forgetting to lower my thing. Give me a sec here. I'll share that in a moment once this field is done. They've been good friends to the channel, to my channel. You know, we talk to each other over Discord, so we have a pretty good relationship and stuff like that. So I thought I'd just mention them to you guys. A few of the people in here, Keith Bleeker knows the 3Js, Grave Reaper as well. I don't know, probably a few others of you in here watching my live stream knows who they are. But for those of you who don't know who they are, I will get you guys the links in a sec. As soon as I can get this bloody field done here. Like what? Another headland to do, right? Yeah. But yeah, the content and the videos are great for both channels, right? On occasion, Juan will experiment with live streaming, and he'll just show it on the live stream itself. So he's not afraid. He's got kind of almost the same concept as I do, where I like to experiment with different things, and it doesn't matter if it's perfect, right? Because he shares a kind of the same philosophy that I do, which is, well, you can't make a live stream 100% perfect, right? And if you show a perfect production every time, you're going to give the false impression that something can't go wrong, right? And if you show some of the mistakes and the methods to which you go about to correct those mistakes, then you're giving insight to other people, right? It's an educational moment. That's sort of what Juan believes, and that's sort of, to a degree, what I like doing as well. Nothing has to be 100% perfect. All right, we got this folded up. We're going to park this over here, and I'll get you guys the links to his channel in a second here. And I'll bring them up on where am I going to bring them up on? I think probably a browser. So I'm not going to just dump the links in. I'll bring up the channels a bit, show it a little. All right. So we'll take a little break from farming. I'll bring up which browser again? Oh, close that out. Had the fun facts answer up, and I don't want you guys to see that just yet. I'm gonna show the window. It's MSN, MS Edge. That should be good. I'll go get the links now. Ban that. We'll go to YouTube. Maybe I can find it if I just. Perfect. It's already up there. So the first one is Juan Rempel. So, which is, you'll get that it's great. He does all sorts of wonderful videos. He just put one up, I think, recently up north. So let's go ahead and grab that. I'm not going to play the video, but I will just play a little bit of it. So he'll always do an introduction and explain the different areas of, where he's working. He'll even educate people on how to maintain the truck. Generally, he's always got 2 trailers, and some of the routes and the places he needs to go to is not ideal. Like, I've seen him on the island of Vancouver Island, where there's like tight logging roads, and he has to back up 2 trailers in a very, very narrow path, which is extremely challenging. So he'll show you some pretty interesting stuff, different areas. He's had truck breakdowns. He's had to restrap loads. He talks about the Canadian, Ministry of Vehicles. They're basically almost like police and, on the roads in British Columbia. All sorts of stuff about trucking and different businesses. Sometimes he'll run into some construction workers and have conversations, and then impartial interview, I guess. Not really an interview, just a conversation, but you could see that there's questions asked about the work sites and stuff like that. It's very fascinating. And right now he's doing a walk around on his truck and basically discussing, different things he needs to do during his job, right? And tire inspection. So if you want to know about Canadian trucking, this is probably the guy to watch. And he's got expensive cameras placed all over the truck, inside the truck, on the outside of the truck, and then he edits the videos. So please check out that channel. Put in Juan Rempel. Trucking channel. It's just Juan Rempel channel, but I'm going to put trucking channel so that you guys know the difference. There we go. And then they have he has a 3J's channel. If I think I have to put in not sure if it's going to come up or not. There it is. So this is basically the gaming channel. It's not just his channel. It's basically, I would say, his family's channel, really. So it's him, which is Juan, and his wife Jess, and James, which is his brother. And they play games on this channel. I can't remember what. So his wife does all sorts of different games. He's done a little bit of Guild Wars, but there is a lot of farming content. If you want Farming Simulator 22 content, they still have that on here. He does Through the Years series on I think it's Through the Years map. I'm trying to find the video where he starts working on his RV. I think this is it. Yeah, this one here. I'll share this video so you can see that they're now living out of a RV. And doing a lifestyle change. And he's going to basically show us, you know, uh, how to get things set up in an RV and everything like that. He's done other videos. I think they bought the RV like, what, a year ago? Oh, James plays Roadrunner. Yeah. 3J Gaming Channel. And then Roadrunner is James, which is his brother, by the way. So here's the video. I think this covers his first live stream in the RV, and then I'll give you guys the video, the whole channel URL as well. And they're out of British Columbia too. They've been in Chilliwack, where I live, a few times as they're working, and I don't know. They're just like they're about 4 hours away from where I live. So, and then because of his job, his wife joins him on the trucking adventure. So if he goes on a road trip or something, Jess is usually in the cab of the truck and on the trucking channel as well. Okay. 3A. Yeah. So yeah, check out both channels. Say hello. Let them know that Kieran Gaming has sent you over to their channel. They're great people, very educated people, interesting conversations as always. All right. So that's channel promotion for today. We're going to probably plant some peas, and I probably can't do that with this, can I? No, I did peas. Spinach, beans? Do I have to use the plant beans? Is that a planter? Do I need to buy a planter to do beans? Let me see here. Let's go into the shop. We'll figure that out. So we got cedars, got planters. Oh yeah, beans. All right. I gotta buy a planter, guys. Well, I got money to do it, right? I'm like up to what, 727. Uh, so we're gonna stick with the prairie pack, I guess. So I guess Batterstat is in there. Oh, the Sky Agri pack does it too. How big is that? That's a small one, isn't it? A 6 meter. Something bigger. Okay, let's just go into the mods here, or sorry, DLCs. So I did this Seed Hawk. Well, actually, it wasn't the Vatterstad Seed Hawk. I think we're buying this bad boy here, if I'm not mistaken. I buy that. Oh, it takes liquid fertilizer too. That's interesting. Okay. Let's do it. How wide is this? This is 18 meters. That's sufficient. We're gonna have to park our seed hawk, everybody. So we can plant peas. I guess I probably should have checked that before I dragged this thing out here. It's supposed to be moving up when the road is open in Summerlin. So are they moving, or are they actually staying in RV permanently? Or are they've got property? I'm not sure how they're doing it. Maybe I'm wrong. I thought they were doing a complete lifestyle change to RV living. I might be a little bit out of date on my information. I think I am. I'm outdated on my information. By the sounds of it, you're saying they're moving up to Summerlin. Prince George is just his sister's property. Okay. And then are they still doing RV living for a bit? Property. It's so then so I'm not entirely wrong about the RV living. Right? Or am I completely wrong? I could be completely wrong. When I hear the word property, you can put an RV on a property and you can live in an RV that way too. That works as well. On the property in RV. Okay, so I'm not wrong. So there you go, guys. So if you want to see what it's like to live in an RV and try to change things around, you should watch the channel, right? I think it's a good experience. There's challenges to it, right? As you're in a more confined space. So there's learning lessons involved as well, because you need to figure out, well, how you're going to move things. Also retrofit the RV, and I know he's already done massive retrofits to that RV as it is, because they bought the RV, I think, about a year ago, or half a year ago, one of the two. And they've shown some videos where they've changed things around. I'm going to move this truck because I'm bumping into the back of it here. The other thing too is when he sets things up, you'll be able to maybe draw inspiration for setting up death, or how to lay out, your own gaming center in a way, I guess. Especially if you're like, maybe you're not in an RV, but you could probably take some of the ideas that he has. Like maybe you're you're living in a room, or maybe you're living in a very small apartment with restricted space, right? You could probably draw inspiration on some of the things that Juan and Jess have to go through to try to live stream in a confined area, right? It's like a challenge. Now that they opened up Clinton, it'll be easier for them. Saves a few hours of drive. Yeah, that's true as well. Few months before they bought the RV. Yeah, I knew they had ongoing conversations about it. Initially, as I understood it, and this is where my information is out of date, is that Juan was doing a lot of cross-Canada trucking, I think as far as Manitoba. And so he would be away for a long while. So the idea, I think some of the concept was that they would take the RV and Jess would probably drive or something like that. I can't remember the exact arrangement, but they would take the RV with them and they would go to like on long hauls and expand, the operation of trucking outside of the province of BC. And I think that was part of the conversation at the time, but I don't think that's the conversation anymore. Maybe it's still an option though, right? Because they got an RV. They could just, if the trucking company says, well, we want you going to Manitoba, well, they could just take the RV with them, right? And then if they don't, well, they've got Jess's sister's place up in Prince George, and they can stay on the property. So. But anyways, guys should just check out the channel. It's interesting. Especially if, you need to make changes to your gaming setup, or maybe you want to, live in an RV as well. That's big popular thing too. Van living, boat living, right? It's an adventure. All right. Back up. But it's interesting stuff. That's why I watch the live streams. The trucking channel I watch quite often as well. It's interesting. And I think he just does such a good job at it. That's especially on the trucking channel, right? Like I started watching his videos like years ago. And I don't know, he's figured out to optimize where to put the cameras on the cab of the truck, because he's lost a lot of cameras over the years, right? Because the weather is bad, or it starts raining, or the wind picks up because he's on the highway, right? It's interesting. But I think he's gotten all the cranks out of it, right? He's found out the best way of doing it. I don't know if he loses as many cameras as he used to anymore. And those cameras aren't cheap either, right? He takes the footage, he records the audio, he's talking inside the truck. And outside the truck, he's got a little microphone, I believe. It's interesting. Fill this up. Yeah, I need a sip of water here. Hey, we're going to make sure we're not planting corn. And then the gaming channel, Juan likes old school equipment. So, like, I usually like all the big, fancy new stuff, right? But I do know that a few of you guys like the old school stuff. And I don't use old school stuff, I admit it. It's just not my style. But he does a lot of the old school tractors, especially his Through the Years series, which is a good series because you have to start it like in the 1900s, right, or something, and then you progress through the years, and then you get access to newer, better tractors. But even before that series, he's always like the old school equipment. So if you do like old school equipment, he does live stream that. That series is on Farming Simulator 22. So if you still play FS22, he still does FS22 content along with the FS25 content. So a lot of interesting stuff over there, is what I'm saying. And he's always active on the live streams talking. He's doing Through the Years series. Yes, Through the Years. Sorry, I got the name wrong. It's Through the Years series. So check it out, especially those that are interested in old school tractors. And I know there are a few of you in there in my live stream. See, there's a lot of stuff that I do in Farm Sim that, I appreciate my community and they stay loyal. Even though I don't maybe play exactly what all of the community would like to see. I always try to find alternative content creators that I can mention that might pique their interest at the same time, right? Because there are just so many channels out there, right? And I usually come across a few different channels from time to time that isn't really well known or whatnot. So I usually try to point them out. They're like little dimes, right? Or little gold nuggets channels out there, as I call them. And I would say the 3J's and Juan's channel fits that category. So if I can't provide a stream with certain information, I'll usually try to promote another channel that I know that might fit the bill or something like that, right? I probably should do my set that up. Okay, are we gonna hit H? Lower that down. Oh, okay, we're putting green beans in. It's putting down a little bit of fertilizer, I guess, this one. Good. All right, going down. We are using a bit of liquid fertilizer. Back up here. Let me lower this down and then we'll hit 3. When I do the harvesting for these 3 fields, I'm probably going to rent the equipment. That way, because I'm still, I'm at $477,000, right? So I'm still not a very rich man yet in FS 2025 on this map. I'm not doing too bad, right? But I think I'm going to lease the harvesters. I'll give it a whirl. So this weekend we're going to do something a little differently. We'll be doing a logging map for the test stream, Saturday test stream. So we'll be looking at Second Chance Gaming's sapling mod, I believe. So planting trees and stuff like that. He's a brand new modder. out of Western Washington. So, and he's popped into my live streams and stuff, and he's eager to build mods for the farming simulator community. I think he's got about 6 up on his itch.io. So I said, well, we'll look at that. I'm gonna probably promote his itch.io a little bit. We'll do some logging. I'll probably grab some mods off of the mod hub for logging, for testing. So it should be fun. And it's a new British Columbia map, by the way. A logging map. It might have been out for a while, but I don't think I've seen many people play it. So should be interesting. So you guys can expect that as a slight change of pace for testing. I still will be doing more course play and auto drive testing on Saturdays, but we're just going to take a little bit of a break. And I'll probably showcase some of the mods and see if I can remember how to log. And we'll look at Second Chance Gaming's itch.io as well. So, and then last week I promoted Mark Thor. So, if you guys enjoy Mark Thor, he's been a part of the farming simulator community like forever. So I did a full rundown of his Discord, and I tried out I think almost all of his mods last Saturday. So feel free to watch last Saturday's mod. What else did I do? I had the rare treat of having some of the staff from ArgZ Gaming join my live stream. So I took the opportunity to interview, I guess, 2 of his server mods, I guess. Which was interesting in how they run the servers and the Discord and all of that. That's near the end of the live stream. So you guys can check that out as well from Saturday's live stream. I think they jumped in because I ended up promoting Mark Thor that Saturday, and they noticed they're good friends with Mark Thor as well. So a lot of stuff with ArgZ Gaming servers and Mark Thor mods, basically. So I did say I was going to try to promote different modders, especially Mark Thor. I just never got around to it, but I finally did. So, yay! I'll probably try to promote other modders a little bit, but I'm a little bit selective on it. Like as an example with Second Chance Gaming, some of the rules that I generally have for myself, it's either got to be on itch.io, on the mod hub, or GitHub. So if the content is on King's Mod or something like that, you probably won't see me interested in promoting any mods from there. I just don't like those websites. I've had issues with those sites. But as long as it's on itch.io or GitHub or maybe even MediaShare or Trello, I will usually mention something, especially if I find that it's a mod that I would use. The other group that I want to do is eventually, I think, TV Rivers map. I said that I was going to do a test stream review of that as well, which I will probably do an entire review or rundown on the Sim Game Alliance Trello page. not many people know who they are, but they are a part of the farming simulator community for like since FS17, I think, or maybe even longer. They don't live stream on YouTube. They're all on Twitch. They have an interesting community. It's the Sim Game Alliance. It's up to about, I think, 13 live streamers, and they all have background in building mods and maps or editing mods and stuff like that. Pretty much. So I'll probably do these little different types of live streams just to break up, you know, the courseplay and auto drive testing a bit. Just to add a little bit of diversity or what have you to the Saturday live stream. All right. See if we can get that done there. I usually try to choose two communities that aren't really that well known, I guess. So, or they're sort of in the background, or they don't got enough visibility, or something like that. So, I kind of make my own judgment call on which stuff I will talk about or what have you. Like Mark Thor's well known in the community, but nobody talks about his mods, right? So that's why I decided to choose him. And I don't really have to talk about any real new big modders, because that's usually handled by all of the other content creators, right? So you've got like Custom modding, they get a lot of promotion, right? Casario modding, but you guys know what I'm talking about. There's a lot of focus on those things, right, already. Okay, let's clean this up here. There's probably also another reason why I choose like different maps as well, like maps that aren't really well known. Like Western Australia map. I think most people know about Western Australia, but it's one of those maps that no one really plays on that much, right? So I thought, well, I'll play on this. It helps the map developer a little bit, right? Same with my Southwest Manitoba map as an example, right? There's nobody live streaming that or talking about it that much. So it gives that particular map maker a little bit of visibility. Same with this weekend's map. the BC forestry map, no one else is really live streaming it that much, or is even aware of it. So, and what I do is I just Google search and I search for, maps that I think have promise. That has some sort of meaning, and then I'll usually play it or play on it or whatnot. Also, regions that aren't really well known, right? If there's not a lot of maps for a certain region or whatnot, right? So I kind of have my own sort of, I don't know, interesting way of doing things, I guess. I try to go for the underdog, in other words. Give them a little bit of a... Because I know the real struggle, right? Especially with growing my own channel, right? I don't have I'm a faceless channel, so it's a lot of work to try to grow my channel, because most people expect you to have your face up on the live streams, right? The struggle is real, right? So I usually try to find, other people that are, new or have promise or interesting things. And then I say, what the heck? Why not? I might as well feature their mod or what have you, or their map. And they don't even know it, right? I did that in Farming Simulator 22, the Chilliwack map, as an example, right? And that turned out to be a very popular map for Canada in FS22. And I even had Chumpy Farmer jump in a couple of my live streams and stuff like that, which I appreciated. Took back feedback, As for the Manitoba map, I have had Crazy Canuck join me on Twitch. Most of the responses is, wow, someone's playing my map and live streaming it. Well, you're welcome. But this map, I think I play for nostalgic reasons, I'll be honest. Because it's probably one of my first non-base game maps that I played in FS19. That's the truth. I was on, what was it, Erlengrad for like months before I even dared to try another map. I just played the base game map forever in Farming Simulator 19. This was before I was a live streamer. And then I did a YouTube search for Farming Simulator, and I was like, oh wow, there's all sorts of extra other maps and stuff I can try. So my first map that I tried was Western Australia. In FS19. Mind you, that was not a standard sized map. I think that was, what, a 16x map? On 19. It was just huge. Because I wanted to try like a larger map, because I started understanding, oh, well, there's 4x maps than 16x maps. And I was like, well, I'm going to expand my horizons and try something different. Which was good, because my Erlengrad farm, I had like, it got fairly large, and I was running out of space for equipment and stuff. It was getting to be very messy. If I ever live stream that, man, you guys would have been saying, you're doing everything wrong. You don't know what you're doing. Some may say that I still don't know what I'm doing. But I'm telling you, that was a train wreck and a half. I'm so glad I was not a live streamer in Farming Simulator 19. It was horrible. Ugh. Hello, Shane. Welcome in. I have a question. Would you like to come on my save game multiplayer on Alma, Missouri or FS25? I'd be happy to do so. Do you want to do it now? Or once I get this field done. I'm almost done the field anyways. I'm hoping that there isn't a lot of downloads I need to do. Farming Simulator 5. I'm looking for people to play with. Yep, I can help out if you want. I'm gonna finish I'm not sure if you want to do it today, because I can do it today, but I want to finish this field, which I'm almost finished. I haven't really thought of what I want to do next after this. Just drop that down and we'll go. All right. Yep. I will join you. I'm just going to finish this up first, and then I'll jump onto your save game. Name and password? Okay. Because I'm almost done this this field, and I haven't really decided what I wanted to do next, and it's raining. So I'll go help Shane for a little bit. I'll be farmhand Hiram on Shane's farm. All right, scoot to the end. All right. Yep, just let me know when you're ready. And then we will try this. See if I can join you. And see if we can get things moving. Okay, fantastic. So viewers, you can join in as well, which will be fantastic. We can help Shane out with his farming tasks. I'm gonna go and grab a glass of water shortly too. Because I went through my entire glass. My only hope is that there's not a lot of mods to download, because that's usually the biggest challenge whenever it comes to joining another play session. So always keep that in mind. Yep, if you want to do that, or you can just tell me you'll have to tell me what you want me to do. So whenever I join another game save, I don't normally just jump into a tractor and start doing things. I usually let whoever's the ownership of the map let me know what they're doing. And then I'm just you need to be my boss, in other words, and tell me what you want me to do. I've always been that way, even on multiplayer game saves and stuff like that. I've always been that way. I never assume anything. I always let the other person that runs the map or the server tell me what they want me to do. Well, when I usually do it, I switch folders. So I'll probably end up downloading all of them, because I do a folder switch on my PC. That way, whenever I load up a game save, I don't have a lot of unnecessary mods to sort through. So I have a special folder for that. I have one called Kiwi Sim Farmer Server. And I choose that, and all the multiplayer stuff goes into that one folder. And I think probably every month I delete everything out of it. And then I re-download. Alright, so I'm just about to park here. I will switch folders. I don't know where I want to park this. I'll just leave this right here, I guess. Alright. So we're going into Alma, Missouri, huh? Yep, I've never played that map. I'm going to get a glass of water first because my glass is empty. Give me 1 sec. I'll be right back. All right, we're back. I'm just in the middle of switching folders right now. to the Kiwi server, as I call it. That's where I put like all my multiplayer stuff into. I've got folders for every game save pretty much. Sort of how it operates so that I keep certain things separated. And then I generally join Kiwi on his servers usually, so I just name it Kiwi Sim server. That's like my multiplayer server folder. And then every month I just select everything and delete it out and re-download. Because I don't really join a lot of multiplayer sessions. So usually most of everything is outdated. All right. Loading up the game. Let's see what Shane has to say here. The game name is called Used. You search it up, and the password is just a capital S. Okay. Okay, gonna load. There it is. Coming. So we'll see how well this works out. Um, it's something that I do want to get into doing. Um, try joining like other game sessions and stuff like that. Help people out on their farms. Just for something to try differently. Um, but like I said, you'll want to make sure that you have a small list of mods. Nothing too big. I know some people have like the entire mod hub downloaded. Well, maybe not that extreme, but um, just something to be aware of. And then when I'm live streaming, it uses up a lot of my bandwidth as well. So you might even slow down my download rate. But we'll see what happens here. Also, I'm kind of curious because I'll be joining a console player. So there's a few challenges with console players. Um, I think the last time I joined a console player was like an FS22, but it might be bit better now. But there is a few challenges with it. Uh, at least it might still be challenges or old challenges. I don't know. Um, Best suggestion if you're a console player, if you can. I don't know if you can hardwire your console into the network, not do Wi-Fi. That always helps. The other challenge is distance too. So like I'm in North America. If someone is halfway across halfway across the world, that can add challenges for a person to connect to. So I guess we'll find out what happens here, because I've never tried to connect directly through uh FS25. So see, servers are usually a little easier. We'll give this a try and we'll see what happens. Cultivate, if that's okay. Yeah, I can do that. Name is called use. Let's try searching for that. Alma, Missouri. Okay, I found it. So he's got a total of 6 slots, so 4 other people can join if they want. Because him and I will take up 2 of the slots. So I'm going to go ahead and hit, how do I show details? So hit details. So this is what we'll be downloading. And for me, I just hit space. All sorts of stuff in here. All right, let's hit space. That's how much I'm downloading about 2 gigabytes. See what happens. Looks like it's going fairly quick. Yeah. Is your do you do Wi-Fi or can you hardwire that in with an Ethernet cable? I think consoles have the ability to be hardwired in, right? They're not just wireless. Best advice is if you can hardwire it in, don't do Wi-Fi. Like, even if you're using a computer, don't use Wi-Fi. It's not consistent. So no DLCs activated, so that's good. So that's as friendly as you can get, guys, to joining if you want to join in. No DLCs. All you need is just the game, really. And you can play it. You can join in if you're on console because he's a console player. We'll see how Alma, Missouri is like. This is actually going quite fast. You're in New Zealand, aren't you? I think this is going faster than I had anticipated. We'll see what happens when I try to join. I'm through Wi-Fi, but the router is not that far away from my room. But I just don't want a cable going through the house as well. That's fair enough. As long as that's the other thing too, pro tip. If you are using Wi-Fi, try to make sure that your console is close to your Wi-Fi router. The further away that your console is away from your router, leads to more interference, right? So we'll see what happens. Um, the last time I tried to join a console player, the person was from the UK, and I wasn't live streaming, and it was an FS22, I think, and there was a lot of delay and stutter. But like I said, this is different. That was a different game. All right, let's try joining in. So that's all downloaded. Let's go back to multiplayer. Join game. We'll see what happens here. And I can tell it's him too, but for 2 reasons. Alma, Missouri. Plus, he also told me it was a PlayStation, and there's a PlayStation icon. So if there's any confusion, there's usually a few ways to tell that you're correctly connected. Okay, this I need to put in a capital S. Let's see what happens here. See how quickly this goes. So the connection's going fast. Through your console? Okay. So I'm confident we'll probably have a successful game session, I think. Should be interesting. Synchronizing data. That went fairly quickly. So far, so good. Loading vehicles, compiling shaders. Done. Who do I want to be today? I'll be this guy. Probably change the hair a bit. That looks pretty cool. Okay, I need a haircut change. There we go. Can I change the hair color? How to change the color though? Oh, select color. Go with kind of an auburn. Sorry. A red, dark red color. Good. The outfit. Look who I want with. That's a horse jockey. Beekeeper. I see Ferguson. Isn't there a Case IH outfit? There's Pottinger. Volvo. There's John Deere. Here's Case. I'll give him some sunglasses. Yeah, that looks good. Alright, good enough for me. Alright. I gotta join the farm. So far, so good. It's running fairly smooth. Really smooth. 2 thumbs up on your internet connection. Good job. Can't wait to show you around. Okay, where do I meet you? I'm gonna get the map tour from Shane here in a moment. I think there he is. And over here. Yeah, it's really smooth on here, Shane. I'm surprised. Great. So, 2 thumbs up to your internet connection. I've had very bad experiences joining game saves and stuff like that that are hosted. This is really good. Okay, let's jump in here. All right, we're gonna go for a tour. Oh, oh, that's a big bad boy right there. And a versatile tractor, very nice. Like it. We got our silage, or sorry, yeah, silage. The main farm and the cows. Okay, gotcha. Cow barns here. Man, he's got a lot of cows. Got beef and he's got dairy on here, everybody. If anyone else wants to join, just mention in the chat. We've got openings for at least 4 more people can join. And this is the Alma, Missouri map, by the way. And he's just given me a map tour. And then I'm going to help him out with cultivating. That'll be my first job for him as a farmhand. And I've never played on this map, so it's kind of interesting to join in. This is probably where I'm going to be working, I guess. Like a cultivator there. We're going to the co-op now. Okay. So that's where we probably sell everything. And buy everything. Man, this is a beautiful map. Wide roads, too. I now understand why people play Alma, Missouri. I do. Okay, we're at the co-op here. Looks like we got a sprayer and 2 other things. There's a lot of space to get your equipment through. I like that. What is that? Is that a grain dryer or is that silo sales? Grain selling area? We got grain sales here probably. And then we've got some equipment. I don't know if those are for show or are they actually yours? They look like they're yours. Oh. Oh my god, you got some really good stuff here. One big silo we just drove through is for storing crops and for other one is buying and selling. Okay. So that's part of your property, basically. We're going through the township now. There's a bakery. All sorts of little stores, railroad crossing. Is this a 4X map? I should ask that question. It feels like a 4X map to me. It's beautifully done. Go this way. It's like the equestrian area, another small farm, some fields. I like all the maple trees. Well, they're probably not all maple trees, but maple less. This is a normal map? Wow. It feels so big. Like, I've seen video playbacks of this in live streams, but it's not until you actually get into... Whoop. Oh, you just saved your car. Good job. It feels very much like a 4X map. But I think it's just the way it's designed, right? I love the roads, too. The roads are very wide, too. I think that's a great function or feature. Yep, I definitely understand why people play this map. We got some headers there. Garages. All right, let's jump out. We're gonna go inside the garage. I like these garage doors. They're neat. Got lights. We've got John Deere's. We've got a New Holland. We've got John Deere. Oh, you got the Demco tanks, of course. Yeah, I'm eventually going to play with those on my Manitoba map at some point. Then you've got your John Deere sprayers, or sorry, planters. Another gate opening here. Door. They're getting back in here. All right, so that's another one. But a nice layout too, by the way. Got everything nicely organized. So the tanks connect to the one John Deere. Okay. Oh, you got your two trucks there. Ford? Are they both Ford? Yeah, you got the old Ford, and what's this one? This is a Chevy. Oh, I got in the wrong thing. Does this allow two people or one? Oh, here, muscle car. Grass or rocks down there. But this is the biogas plant. That's a nice small design. I can really see why you need a fast car to get around this place. Or fields. And then I think we're heading back to the main farm now, aren't we? Okay. Yeah. I'll park in the little garage where he has... I think this is a Chevy. Yeah, looks like a Chevy to me. Oh, I like the lights above there. Look at that. It's like disco in here. Very well organized, sir. Looks wonderful. I like it. If you want, you can explore a bit now and look around. Sure. Got the cows in here. I guess you do beef and you do beef sales? And then also dairy, I guess. Here's some baby ones. So there's like a calving area. It got like probably a bowl in here and a couple of cows, and then you raise the youngins and then move them into the larger pen when they get larger. Go this way. Looks like you had a tornado. You got tornado damage here, storm damage. I have not had a tornado hit my map. Not one of my maps in FS 2025. Beef cows, now I keep them till they're 30 months old because 10 days had a bunch of babies. They are worth 3K. Yeah, I've never done beef before. Usually I do just dairy. That's interesting. Good facts too, to when's a good time to sell. And when's a good time to keep them and all that good stuff. Oh, here we go. Gonna load up the beef cows and sell them. Can I get in here too, or is I know certain videos? Oh, I can. That works. Yep, I'm on board right now. So we're gonna go do some beef sales, everybody. He's gonna load up his cows that he wants to sell. We're gonna go to the animal dealer with Shane. If anyone else wants to join, we got like 4 extra slots, by the way. So he has opened his game save to other people. Just mention in the chat if you want to join. And Shane will put us to work. One way or another. Right now, I'm just sort of taking in the scenery. And we're going to go for a little ride with Shane here. To sell some beef. And then later he's going to put me on to a job of cultivating. And then I'm going to cultivate a field for him. And a few other things. And this is on console, by the way. PlayStation console. So it's running very smoothly. Downloads were really quick. A credit to his internet connection. Take it down here. And this is my first time ever on Alma, Missouri, so this is a real treat. So he made $162,500 by selling his animals or his beef stock. That's a good amount of change right there. How long have you been playing this save game? I just promoted you to farm manager. Okay. Right. Once we get back to the farm, Shane, I'll get you to tell me where I need to go to do your cultivating. And then I will take care of that for you. Oh, I think you're hitting a sign. Yeah, you're hitting the stop sign. That might be fine. Unless it's... Yeah, there you go. 335 hours? Oh, wow. Oh, good thing you got out of there. I think the train was going to come through. They've even got a U.S. Postal Service truck there, I think. What that is back there. It's a very wide map. I like that. So, it's very open, and the roads are great too. They're very wide. I like wide roads. Okay, this is where I get out, I think. Drop you off at one tractor and cultivator. All right, perfect. This is what we're going to get into. We're going to get into the 9620R, a John Deere. What are we carrying here? Need the fold. Okay, let's see what kind of planter we've got. Or cultivator. I'm gonna just fold it up and then I'll detach and reconnect. It's a Landau 2500 series inline ripper. Sounds fantastic. The tractor takes the big Demco side tanks. Alright, so it's very similar to the Versatile. That's useful. Alright, I've never used this tractor before. Go ahead and set up. Yep, will do. I'll take care of it for you, sir. Let me just set up our... my first task as a farmhand, everybody. Let's just make sure I do a good job. I don't want to get fired on the first day. All right. I think I'm on a headland right now, which is okay. I'll just come down the other side on the way back. And then we'll go all the way around. Oh, this is working out quite nicely, I would have to say. It's a good experience. This is a very long field too, a little bit windy. Has a lot of trees around, which is kind of nice. I like it. You're very welcome, Shane. No problem. And it's working out great too. I had my my skeptical thought on things, but it's working out great. I didn't have any problems downloading the mods, and I got onto the map in a reasonable amount of time, and the experience is very smooth. So you can have a positive experience with joining a console player. This co-op, you saw I built all of that and the farm how it is today. So you had to construct it all from scratch. Yeah, you have a knack for being a great landscaper by the looks of it, and organization. Okay, we're at the end here. Let's see here. We're going to a little bit of a lag spike. It happens. All right, off we go. I'm gonna back up a bit here and we'll get the rest of that. Let's go forward. My plan is I'll do the outer headland, and then I'll go back down that one strip. So it'll work out. It's going to be a bit circular, I think, for most of how I'm going to do this field. I like playing realistically how a farm is run in real life. Yep, I can definitely appreciate that. I do cheat on occasion, and I have semi-unrealistic situations, but for the most part, I usually play realistically. All right, fair enough. You're the boss. Take a little enjoyment out of saying that. I'm gonna try to get my eye tracker on because I'm gonna do some in-cab view. I'll turn my beam tracker on. See if it will pop up. Okay, let me just make sure it's open. I'll do some in-cab stuff. Close out a couple of my apps here so I can find the icon for it. A little easier. There it is. Okay, let's see if I can activate it. Might have to activate it manually. Nope, it's on. It's on. Alright. They're gonna track my head? Nope. There we go. Perfect. How good the mods look? Yes, you did. Mind you, you did have a lot of John Deere. But I'll forgive you for that. And some pretty interesting mods, like you got custom modding mods, which is great. They do good work. And the Demco tanks as well. And this, I believe, is one of the custom modding mods, right? That I'm in right now. See if we get around the corner here. Nice and smooth. Back up a bit. Okay, let's go. Aha! We have a surprise visitor. Rubber's coming in to help out. Fantastic! More helpers the merrier, please. So we're up to what? We can fit about 3 more on here. And then ask Shane for whatever work he needs done. Because he'll put us to work. The hall setup you're driving is custom modding. Yeah, I kind of figured. I could tell that. What about the house? That house was interesting with the light. I thought that was fantastic looking at those lights inside the house. It kind of gives it kind of, you know, like a nightclub kind of vibe. It's good for some of the new trucks and cars that come out. It makes it kind of stylish looking. Yep, so just ask Shane what he needs done. He'll put you to work. He's got all sorts of cool equipment on here, especially if you're a John Deere fan. He's got a fully active, you know, dairy farm, beef farm, all sorts of big equipment, which I like. I like big equipment. Make it to the end here. And then we're going to go straight down on the other side. So I'm going to do a lot of circling around, I think, when I do this field. I don't know if they're on Twitch. That's a possibility. Rubber, are you on Twitch? How many viewers do I got over on Twitch? Take a look. Yeah. I've only got 1 viewer over on Twitch. That's about it, but no comments over there. I think you can chat in game as well. How that works. What are you chatting? Should be an in-game chat. I just usually talk, really. I guess it works. Or I use the I know rubber from another streamer. Oh, okay. Well, as long as you know him, that works. I'll just keep doing my thing. I don't think I've ever talked to Rubber before. I accidentally made the mistake of hitting tab. Just sort of cycling through everything right now. There we go. We're back. Let me take a look and see what field I'm on. I'm on field number 28. All right. Off we go. Oh, you hit T? Okay, let's try that out. Yep, it worked. It works. How does a console I guess a console player can't use in-game text, can they? What do they do? Unless they've got a keyboard hooked up. I suppose keyboard would work, right? Oh, Rubber's in there. Okay. Okay. So I keep on hitting enter. Uh, go. So he's in the chat, your in-game chat at least. I think have no idea. Okay, fair enough. I think console players have like headset access, I believe. So don't know how to type in. I don't. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't think you can. I don't think. I think you can do headset though. Headset communication. But that's another thing. I'm not exactly sure how that works. Or if you can hook up a USB keyboard to the console, because I think there's like USB ports, right? And then you could probably get that to work. I can't see why not that wouldn't work. But I'm just spitballing ideas here, because I'm not a console player. I should ask if Rubber is watching my live stream. I should let me do that because I might have to be the middleman here. You would all need to have a headset to hear you all inside the game. That's a fair thing. I do have a headset, so I would be able to hear. But of course, if Rubber doesn't have, tell Rubber to come to YouTube quickly on your live stream. Okay. Oh. No crazy letters, a live stream. He's not on a live stream. Okay. for a moment. We'll see what happens. Alright. Spin around. A little bit of lag. We're gonna go and get the rest of the headland done. While I'm going down here, I'll just put in one more text message. Actually, I'll wait till I go down. Probably cut it. Right. Using the stream chat for instructions. And then I'm going to spin around and then I'll go down a larger row. Oh, you're very welcome. It's no problem. It's kind of a bit of an experiment at the same time. Just to see how it all works out too, right? Because I wouldn't mind joining other people's live streams, but this goes to show that it can work, or I can make it work. So they're not their live streams, they're game saves. And everything mixed up. This is probably the ideal setup. So if people want me to join, you know, their save games, even on PC, this is just sort of what you would have to consider, right? This is probably the best situation, I would say. Yeah. If there's a lot of stuttering or if there's a lot of, you know, mods to download, probably wouldn't be that ideal. So, and even some of these like little stutter things, you do get these issues on regular servers too. So this is pretty much like a server, really, which is really great. I'm surprised. And then the experience is enjoyable too, because it's well organized, right? The layout is great, right? I can join in. And there's work to be done, and it just goes well. So basically, if you want me to join, do everything that Shane has done, essentially. Because I have no issues here, literally. And then I also pointed out for PC owners too, or PC saves. That's a bit of a concern too, because when you get into joining a PC save game, well, I know that people follow the same idea that I have, which is download like millions of mods, right? Um, so you have to be, if I'm to join a PC save, just keep that in mind. Because I don't want to spend the entire live stream downloading mods, right? Keep that in mind. And also at the same time, there is no DLCs active on here, which is great too. That can add a bit of a wrench for people joining. Welcome in, Rubber. And this is just how it would work, I think. So if we join a game save, we can use the the live stream chat to communicate what we're going to do. Which seems to be working out quite well. It keeps the audience engaged as well. All right, let's go down this aisle. Makes me sound like I've gone shopping or something. Hey, pop in here. Yep, this is great. This is a really nice map overall. I like it. I sort of already knew that it was a great map because I did see, other people live streaming it and the amount of fun that they had. You can appreciate the attention to detail and stuff like that. Make it to the end here. I think this will take me straight through. Hopefully it doesn't cut out my cruise control here. I think I'm probably going to have to come in on the left here. That's okay. Scoot down to the end. And if anyone is on Twitch that wants to join, I can shoot a link for my YouTube live stream, because all of the information is over there. We're using the YouTube chat. Have to need another glass of water pretty soon. I'll finish up the field first before I get another glass. It's getting cooler. We're down to 24 degrees Celsius. Isn't too bad. Go ahead and lift up our implement here to the end. Oh, a little rubber banding. Hey, yikes. That was a gnarly one there. No. I don't think Shane has a keyboard. So that's why we're using the YouTube chat to communicate. Which works out fine. I should probably check to see if can you hook up a keyboard to a PlayStation. Take a look. Kind of curious. PS5, I guess. I don't know much about consoles. Connect your USB or Bluetooth keyboard to your PS5 console. Go to the home screen and select settings and accessories. So I guess there is ways of doing it. Whether it will work in Farming Simulator 25, I don't know. Let me ask that question. See what happens. Farming Simulator 25 on PS5 does not officially support keyboard input, so standard keyboard and mouse controls are not available on the console. Keyboard and mouse on PS5. While the PS5 supports a wide range of keyboards and mice compatible games, Farming Simulator 5 is not among the titles with official keyboard support. So I don't know how true that is, but probably is, sorta. Okay, back up a bit. I got this one row to do, and then I've got one more smaller row at the end. Lower that down, it'll go straight. I'll come back and get that little bit on the way back after I get the strip away up ahead. And then I'll need a new task. So I have a feeling we'll probably be planting something in this field, I guess. Myself? Oh, I'm in British Columbia, Canada. I'm on the west coast. Specifically the city of Chilliwack. So, cultivate 1, 3, and 4? Okay. And that's what I will do once I get this one done. I'll go hunt those 3 fields down. Oh, rubber is Canadian as well? Oh, from Ontario. Oh, fantastic. I was born in Ontario, by the way. Trenton, and then most of my family is in the Ottawa, Laurentian Valley area. And then I do have some family in the Windsor area. So I guess you could say my family spread out in Ontario. And then there's a bit of my family out here in BC. And then I have some family in Alberta. Okay, go over here. This last trip. That down, off we go. And then I'll get that little bit near the end of the field too to clean that up, and then this will be all ready to go. Then we'll look at our map and see how we get to 1, 3, and 4. See which ones are close. Is it a John Deere? I understand completely. Southern Ontario? Okay. Did you get hit with the nasty weather? I've got, like, I know that you guys have been getting, like, a lot of storms and stuff like that. Like, really wacky tornado, crazy weather. My sister's sort of on the outskirts of that weather fronts that go through there, which isn't so bad, but keep updated on all that. Weird. Okay, 1, 3, and 4. So I can do 3, 1, and 4. So that's what we're going to do, guys. Got our implement folded up and we're ready to go. On the other side of the farm, isn't it? That's field 29. Two. Look at the big map. It's up this road a bit. And around here. So this will be a larger field to work with. set up our cruise control and GPS. Unfold our implement, and then we'll be on our way. Oh. I guess I should have went that way. Oh well, I stuck to the main roads. It's all good. There we go. Okay, we're on our way. And the other field, I think, is... yeah, right next door here. I'll have to cultivate that one next. And then field 4, which is way up here. This is the largest of the fields. So we'll do field 1 next, I think. The plan. In Australia, we usually play multiplayer with... oh, okay. I don't think I've ever seen his channel. Is it just like that? Is that how you say it? Is that how you find it? Find it. I'll give him a sub. I don't know. Is this it? No, I don't know which one. Marvelous Crane? See if I can find that. I'm gonna give you... I trust you, Shane. I'm gonna give you moderator access. You should be able to put a link in to the chat. That'll work better. Just give me a sec. There you go. That should give you the ability to put a link in. Oh, well, that works too, I guess. I think I can just put that into the... Sure. I don't think that worked, did it? That should have worked. Man, YouTube, why are you doing this to me? Oh, you're very welcome. You should be able to put like a full URL in now as a moderator. Roy. All right. Well, let's try that then. Is this it? But I guess so. Yeah, there's farming. This has got to be it, eh? He's a musician? Okay. That's the channel, right? All right. I'll give him a follow or a sub. Help his channel. Yeah, he does I can see the farming simulator live streams. Cool. All right. Thank you. We got that solved. We'll minimize this. And we'll minimize that, and we'll get back to the work. Looks like he's been growing his channel as well. I know he's got like 243 subscribers. I'll go ahead and post it in the chat too, in case anyone else wants to help with subscribing. Boy. Aloy. So he does music and other things as well as farming simulator. There you go. When does he usually live stream? I've never seen him before, so. Does he live stream like at the same time as I do, or? And he's Australian, right? Kiwi also knows him? Oh, okay. Then that should work out then. Around about this time? Okay. I like to have like other channels to be subscribed to so that I have at least a healthy number of people that I can raid. So it kind of works out good for me. Adds a little bit more variety. Spin around. Go and do our ups and downs. Are you talking about me? Oh. Oh, you're talking about rubber. Probably gonna have to back up here. Let's see. Yep. Grab that. I'm gonna check my poll to see how we're doing with people guessing things. Just a reminder, I do have I guess, a fun fact poll, so feel free to check it out in the chat and take your guess. So. I think the last time I checked the chat, there was, I think, whoa, rubber banding or what? Go down here. I think it looked pretty even, I think, the poll numbers. So, which is makes things kind of interesting when you do a fact poll. Whoa. Come on, tractor. Back up a little bit. Okay, we're fine now. Adds a little bit of fun flavor when you add a few different facts. I can probably get that on ups and downs. Alright, fine. If I miss a little bit. Let's go, tractor. No more shenanigans. Alright. You guessed wheat soy? Okay. I already know the answer, but I'm not going to say who's right and who's wrong yet. I usually go till about, I think probably for about another hour, so we'll find out the answer in about an hour. Okay. You're on mobile, I'm guessing. Probably difficult. What you can do is you can guess in the stream if you want. I'll read you the information in a sec here. You can make a guess. Stop here. It's an Australian-based question. So it says, what unique food product does Western Australia make for export? So there's wheat flour, wheat-based bread, premium white noodles, or wheat soy product. The crashes mean is if I crash my tractor, pretty much. So if I like run into a truck or if I run into a building or a fence. And then what I do is I usually put a number. I don't think I've crashed today. I've been on my best behavior so far. So that's your, I know, wheat. So you're choosing wheat flour? Okay. Is that your final answer? We'll find out the answer at the end of the live stream, which will be in about an hour or so. Yep, I find that helpful. I find it helpful for myself and also for my viewers. Because I got viewers from like the UK, I've got viewers from Canada, the United States, New Zealand, and Australia. And sometimes it's really hard to try to, remember or figure out what day it is for everybody. So having a visual for myself and my viewers, I think, comes in handy. So I'm glad that you like it. Granted, I can't fit every time zone on there, but I usually try to get like the core places for the most part, so that people know. I do usually crash a lot, yes. I think it depends on the map and my state of mind. So this map is very Kiram safe because there's wide roads and there is large fields and large areas for me to turn around, so it's very safe. But when you put me on like a map where there's like, I don't know, small fence ways and stuff like that, well, I start crashing. Or if I start driving equipment way too quickly, which sometimes happens. But I'm on my best behavior today, so hopefully I can still stay on my best behavior till the end of the live stream. But we will see. There's always the chance that something could go wrong. Okay, we're almost at the end here. Okay, I'm gonna go right to the end and then I'm gonna come back up this way. Should be okay. A little bit of rubber banding here. Oh, don't go into the tree. Let's lower the implement down. Okay, I think we're doing fine. Nope, I'm not in the right row. You spin around. This is going to be disastrous, everybody. Spin around. I forgot to activate the correct row. Like this one little corner, it has a bit of issues. All right, fine. Go. We're fine. Yep, we're okay now. They're fixed. Water ditches, the map, Roy in place. Yeah, stuff like that's going to get me into trouble, Rubber. If there's like maps with a lot of ditches, tight roads, and fencing or infrastructure. Fencing is really bad for me. I hit fences a lot. On the map is very tight. U10 Pentai? Yeah, I've had some crashes on that map. So if that's the map Roy is playing on, yeah, I've crashed on that map. And there's some UK maps too that I've crashed on as well. I crash a lot on UK maps. Yeah, U10 Pentai. I've enjoyed that map. That was the first map that I played on when I came on to FS25. Because I wanted to, you know, a different atmosphere, I guess. Something a little unfamiliar. I had the most difficult moments on the map in the city, I would say. And getting into the city. Working the fields, I think I was okay. But transporting goods into the city, I would rub up against buildings, and I had traffic turned on too. That was a problem. But overall, it was a fun map to play on. Yeah, one-way streets. There are a lot of them on that map. And when you go down them, then you need to back up your truck or your tractor. And it just makes a huge mess. Overall, I think. Oh, you did? Was it a mess? Or were you just carrying an implement? Worst case scenario is like you're carrying a load of like logs or pallets and then you crash and then everything goes flying. I've done that a lot, especially in Farming Simulator 22, because I did a lot of logging there. I do think I've become a bit of a better driver in Farm Sim, or operator slash driver. So I'm not as bad, but I still have my moments. But it leaves for a good chuckle for folks, I think. You were selling pallets, then he brakes, checked you. Oh God. So did you have your pallet strapped down or did they go flying? That's another thing, that you forget to strap down your load and you crash. Well, it's raining pallets and logs, as the saying goes. Pallet strapped down, at least they didn't go flying. Okay, well that's a good thing. Trust me, you don't want to have that happen with things not strapped down. Let's put that. Oh. Make it to the end here. Unknown pal, yes you can. You'll want to jump over on the YouTube because we're using YouTube as our chat. So let me give you my YouTube channel link. Give me a sec. And then I'll let Shane give you the instructions on how to join in stuff. I'm going to give you the link to my live stream on YouTube because we're using the YouTube chat. And then you can join in. So we've got a total of, what, 2 more slots available? Or, yeah, I think. So there's room for you. Copy that. There you go. So jump in there, and Shane is the host, and he's our boss, okay? He's the boss man. And we've got room for you. This is the Alma, Missouri map. And you don't need DLCs or anything. If you're a console player, you can join in. It's very, very friendly. So, joining friendliness. I think there's about 75 mods. I think that's about it. So, should be okay. Excuse me. I gotta back up a bit more. I'm not really that straight, am I? I'm spinning around. I'm gonna go and do a loop-de-loop. My OCD's gonna kick in. Don't get that line taken care of. Alright. Or the implement. There you go. Welcome in, Addicted Green. Alright. You should be able to join in. Yep. So you just have to search for the game named Used, USED, and then the password is really simple. It's capital S. And there's currently 3 of us on the server, so feel free to join in. So we would probably, with you on there, we've got room for at least 2 more people. If anyone else wants to join in and help out on the farm. Get this all squared up here. And then just if you've got questions, just direct them to Shane in the chat. So we're kind of using the YouTube chat for primary communication. So seems to be working out quite well. Makes for some good fun. And once I get to the end of this row, I need to get another glass of water, guys. My throat is just drying up like the Sahara Desert or Chihuahua Desert. Perfect. Hope to see you in a moment when you get in here. Okay, I'm just going to mute my mic and turn off my engine. I won't switch to the brake scene. I'll be right back to refresh my cup of water here. Oh, wrong button. Okay, I'm back, everybody. spin around here. Today we're mainly doing cultivating, it seems today. Oh. All right. So Addicted Green is joining. Fantastic. And then Shane will give you instructions, Addicted. Oh, welcome in. He'll give you an assignment because he's our farmhand. Just remember to join his farm. And we've got space for 2 more people, by the way. So if anyone else wants to join in, you're more than welcome to join. You don't need any DLCs. Just the base game. Okay. Whoop. We'll just give it a moment. We'll just wait till Shane gets back here. This will give me a moment to sip, take drink. And if you're new to the channel, please hit subscribe. Like the video. If you know of anyone else that might like my live stream, feel free to share it out. Definitely trying to get ourselves up to holy crow, we've got some new subscribers today. We're up to 979 subscribers. So thank you to those of you that have subscribed. I'm trying to get to 1,000 subscriptions, and then we'll have a celebratory live stream. I plan to go to the brutality of live streaming for 24 hours if we hit 1,000 subscribers. And I will be I'll be renting a multiplayer server, and I will be having people join the community or join in on the server to help out and have a bit of fun. So, it'll be great. I will be joined by other live streamers as well. I've had a lot of support from other live streamers like Kiwi Sim Guy, or sorry, Kiwi, uh, and the Sim Guy, and also Eric the Crazy Viking, 3Js, and others. So I will be inviting people. It'll be like a streaming party, community party, celebration party. It's going to be fun. Something went wrong? Okay. So we're going to give Shane a little bit of time to sort out a technical problem there. And then we'll all get back on. So yeah, I'm nearly like what 21 subscriptions away. So that'll be great if we can hit that, and we'll be able to celebrate. I'll be doing channel promotions as well. So every live streamer that participates, I will be linking out all of those live streamers that participate in the celebration as well. So it'll be good fun. It's going to be a corn harvest, not really a corn harvest, a corn silage harvest. I'm dead set on doing that because it will be the most engaging, I think, because there's a lot of equipment and a lot of things that people can do, and also be working in one area. Should be good. On your save, it will take 10 minutes, I think. Okay. Well, I'll jump over back to my game save. And just let us know when you're back up there. I got a switch here.
Well, if it isn't my favorite little monster.
Ah, Nick Kelly is jumping in. Guys, hit him up with a sub if you can, and check out his channel. He's been a huge supporter of my channel. He's one of the streamers that I was talking about. One of my favorite little monsters. So he'll be joining in as well to the celebration live stream. Um, as I guess probably a bit of a newbie farming simulator player, right, Nick? But maybe you'll learn a few things on the multiplayer stream. um, but yeah, he's going to be joining in. I know he has the game and he's been wanting to join in. He doesn't do a lot of farm sim, but he's got the game already in Prime, so uh uh he's got it in his selection, so he'll be able to hop in and live stream and join the party. So it'll be exciting. You're feeling bad? No, it's fine. You're doing fine. It's fine, Shane. It's no worries. Don't feel bad. These are things that happen. I'm going to give you compliments, sir, because this probably I'm usually pretty harsh on uh joining console players, which I've mentioned in the past, but this has been fantastic, I would say. This is the best console join up session I've actually have, so I give you top notch compliments on that. So it's all good. I'm actually very surprised, to tell you the truth. Um, my past experiences of joining console players have been just really bad. I'm just saying, and this is the best. It's almost equivalent to joining like a server. So you should be very proud of yourself. Um, I do have a Discord, but because of the situation with console, it's just easier if we just use the in-game chat. So, also, I'd probably have to set up my audio a bit differently. It's a bit of a mess. Um, I've done it in the past, but it's a bit of a headache. I will have Discord available when I do my celebratory stream because I'll be able to do all the prep work. Because there's a bit of prep work that I have to do to get Discord operating with my live stream and everything. It's a bit of a headache. But for now, we're just going to use the YouTube chat. You need me to look at the mods? Is that what you need? switch back to Sim Farm. Just reload. It'll give me a list here when I think if I can probably just create a game save, I guess. Did you lose all of just the one house? Okay. Did it, like, kill out your mods? Oh, that's wild. I am almost at 1,000 subscribers, yes. Holy crap. Thank you to whoever subscribed. I'm at, like, 980. That's a nice round number. I like that number. Thank you to whoever subscribed. You are a fantastic person. I only need 20 more people. We're gonna do this, boys and girls. Make it to 20. You'll see. And it's gonna be great. Just had to hop off quickly for a console update. Oh, okay. Do you get a lot of updates on console? I always wondered about that. We get updates on PC too. So usually I get like a Windows update on once usually at the beginning of the month on a Wednesday or a Tuesday. But then I've got other updates I have to do as well. All right, let's go to careers. We'll try a slot. Okay. I've got a mixture of some of Kiwi stuff in here too, by the way. I should point that out. Because I didn't delete out all of the stuff he has. It's a house you're looking for, right? Custom bed pack. Driver lane. That looks pretty cool. Demco harvest link. Is it this one? You found it? On the games or the console itself? A lot of console updates. Do they ever do it at a specific time or is it random? If it's random, it would just drive me bonkers. That's the honest truth. Okay, so I found her mother's name is Icus. Like, here you are. Yep, that works. There's a house. That's the house that's like disco. The disco house. This looks like there's a house in this one, the American building pack. I'll have to make a note of that. I need a notepad. Because sometimes I don't like the houses that I have. Just house with 2 cars, garage. That's the house that I think I like. I'll just make a note of that. Maybe add it into maybe one of my other game saves. hit save. Put it on my desktop. Um, you don't wanna join mine. I can do it, but I think Shane is gonna be are you almost ready, Shane? Yeah, I do a lot of PC maps, and I have a lot more mods than he does. Trust me, a lot more. So, that's why I don't usually do uh, my own map, I guess. I usually solo play my map. You got a new Jeep? Which one did you get? Did you get, like, a Wrangler? Or did you go to a Compass? Or what? I think you had a Liberty, didn't you? If I'm not mistaken, I've got a Liberty. I love Liberty. But the next thing I would probably go for is, like, a Compass. But Wranglers aren't too bad. I don't know if you went up to a Wrangler or 2013 Jeep Compass. Oh, yeah, you had the Patriot, that's right. So just to give people a bit of background, it was, I think, first the Liberty, then the Patriot, and now it's the Compass. How does the Compass feel for you? If I ever get rid of, like, my Liberty, like, it's an older Liberty, it's not new, it's like a 2007. I get a little bit attached to my vehicles, I don't let them go very easily. But if I was to go ahead and get, like, another Jeep, I would probably go with the Compass. It feels the same. Yes. I figured you were gonna say that. That's the m that's why I think I probably would go with the Compass. You drive yours into the ground? Oh, dear. No, I don't do that. I keep mine alive forever. I've owned, like, 3 vehicles in my lifetime, and I am 42 years of age. So my first was a 1994 Ford Tempo. Not really anything interesting to look at, but it ran and I enjoyed it. And then I got like an F-150 pickup truck, which was a Harley Davidson special edition version. It was a 1990, I think it was a 97, 1997. And then I got the 2007 Jeep Liberty Sport, which I have now. So making payments on it. Yep, fair enough. Tempos are cool. I think they're like fantastic looking. Um, I don't know. I know that it looks, I don't know, kind of weird or whatever. Like it's not, how do you put it? It's It's just a vehicle that grows on you. Plus, I had, like, this, like, wannabe sports spoiler on the back of it, and it was, like, a kind of a, aqua green or something like that. I don't know, it was fun, and it was reliable. And that I think that's why it grew on me. He got T-boned in it and drove it home. Keep my car serviced and running, I meant I just drive them until they can't go anywhere anymore. Yes, that's probably about it for me. Okay, I thought you kinda, like, I don't know, drag raced it and blew the engine or something when you said alright. So that's fair enough. I'm probably on board with you, Rubber. I keep the cars serviced and running. Yeah, I kinda do the same thing, and then you just get attached to it and you keep it, and when it stops becoming, practical or, it just dies, that's when it goes bye-bye, pretty much. Kind of weird because this car has more pickup. Well, I think with newer vehicles, they always aim to, put in better and newer technology into it. That's probably what you're feeling. They always try to optimize them better in some capacity. So I wouldn't doubt it. Even when I got like my Jeep Liberty, it had a lot of pick up and go in the beginning, and whatnot, which was impressive. Had a '96 Jimmy. That was my first vehicle. Oh, I looked at Jimmys. I did. I literally did. Unfortunately, at the time, I wasn't making a lot of money, but I was constantly looking at Jimmys. Um, and I think there was another version of it. I can't remember. A Chevy brand. Like there was the Jimmy and something else. I think I can't remember. But anyways, that style looks sleek. Um, but I never made that dream come true anytime. Blazer, yes, the Blazer. That's it. The Jimmies and the Blazers. I was always looking online and looking in the paper for Jimmies and Blazers. But I never made that a reality. Um, and it had to be the '90s version, not the newer one, because there was like a Blazers and Jimmies that came out like in the 2000. Um, I wasn't a big fan on those. I like the original '90 look. GMC, Jimmy, Chevy, Blazer. Yeah, yeah. There's just something about them that looks great. I just I can't explain it. '88 Blazer, nice, nice. Um, Also S10s, S10 pickups had those are kind of neat looking too. Um, my father-in-law had one of those. It was just great. It was a red one. So I think that's probably why I enjoyed the Blazers and the Jimmies, I guess. S10s are classics. Yes, definitely. You had the worst pickup? It had the worst pickup. Which one was that? I love S10s. I think there was another S pickup too, didn't they have? I don't know if I'm making I don't can't remember if there was there an S15? I can't remember. Blazer 1988. Yeah, there's a lot of good stuff there. Had the worst pickup, at least the one my parents had. Yeah, I never touched a Blazer before, so I don't know. I'll take your word for it on that one. My Jimmy was a beast. Oh, that must have been sweet. Yeah, those are the vehicles. They're a wonderful thing. They reintroduced Blazers a few years ago. Ah, gotcha. It's okay, Shane. I'm probably gonna end the live stream. I think is probably what I'm gonna do. It's about 10 minutes to the end of my live stream. Um, and don't feel bad. I think you did a stellar job. I enjoyed my time on the map. It didn't take very long for me to get on board to play. So, and you gave me a map tour of your barns and your farms and all of that good stuff. So, I I honestly give you 2 thumbs up, literally, right? Um, Issues do happen. They're to be expected. Even on a server, issues happen too. So don't don't take it to heart. All right, because I think you did a great job. Um, so thank you, everybody. I'm going to get you guys routed to someone. I'm going to quit out of here. Also, we need to find out my quiz question today for you guys. And then we'll get you guys routed to people. Quit out of the game. It's easier to do this when I quit out. So see, did I close it out? So the question was, let me go back into my YouTube. Did I close out my YouTube? Nope, it's over here. The question was, what unique food product does Western Australia make for export? 44% of you said wheat flour. And now 50% of you say wheat flour. I'll now 44, 50. Someone's playing around with my poll here. Wheat bread, you guys are like, hell no on the wheat-based breads. Forget that. Fantastic. Okay. Premium white noodles, 20%, and wheat soy products, 30%. So go here. I think how I found it, I probably should have kept it up. I think I did a search for fun agricultural facts about facts about Western Australia. Let's see if it'll come up. I don't think I'm going to get lucky enough to bring it up. I should have kept it open. Let's go to, unless I got it open somewhere else. I already know the answer though. It was the noodles, by the way. The noodles. Let me just look up the facts for the noodles. I'll end the poll. It's premium white noodles. Let me forget that. I'll show you. Western Australia premium white noodles. Australia is globally renowned for producing specialized white wheat classes such as Australian Standard Noodle Wheat, ANW, and Australian Premium White Noodle, APWN, specifically bred and tailored for premium Asian white salted noodles like Japanese udon. These grains feature bright flour color, low polyphenolidase, I can't pronounce that word, active to prevent darkening and optimal starch tasting properties. So there you go. Which is unique to you guys in Australia. So fantastic. Tomorrow I will not be live. I will be live on Saturday, I will be doing my test stream on the new Canadian Forestry Service map, and I will also be featuring some mods from Second Chance Gaming, as he has a new tree planting mod that I want to try out. So it's going to be forestry related. So it's a bit of a surprise for Saturday. So we'll be doing that. We'll see how well I'm at logging still. And we will get you guys forwarded to another live stream. See who's available at this time. Go in and edit here. Cancel. Oh, it's frozen. To close out my and then we'll probably be back also on Monday on the Manitoba map with more lavender. I'm gonna try to get you forwarded to someone. I gotta refresh this. Why is it goofy? I'm gonna close out my browser. And then we'll get you forwarded to another live streamer. Okay, let me hit restore. Hopefully this will behave itself. Yep, for sure. Bye-bye. I gotta get in. And then I'll let you guys know who I'm sending you guys to. That my browser crashed on me, so I have to bring up the YouTube studio. It's gonna be up in a sec. Got it loading. All right. See who's live streaming. This went actually fairly well. This was a fun stream. I don't think I have a lot of people live streaming. Typing farming simulator. We got Bergman. Bergman is live streaming. They are doing contract in Hoff Bergman. Let's do Bergman. So be sure to say hello, hit them up with likes, and we'll catch you all in the next one. Take care.